All right, welcome back, you guys. So last week we finished up, or I guess what day was it? On Thursday we finished up the Miracle All Bosses run, which we got first try again, which is pretty good. So now what the plan is, I want to get back to doing like the actual 6-game route that I'm going to do in this game now that I've de-rusted a little bit. And then once I do this, and I'll probably do one run on stream, like one successful run, assuming maybe doesn't take a while, which it shouldn't. And then after that, we're gonna start de-rusting on probably DS1 or maybe I should start out Bloodborne. I'm not really sure. Yeah, I did see that broad dude. Yeah, it's pretty insane, that run. But so yeah. So we're going to do a run of this. Now, the Twin Blade run in this game is way more efficient.
Love you, Gino.
But it is also, like, way harder than the magic runs I just did, probably. Marvel Sack, thanks for the 19-month Prime sub, dude. It's a much more demanding route. So,
yes.
I don't know. We're going to do some runs today. Surely I get a no-hit of this. It's also, like, yeah, it's much more demanding, but it's also about half the length, which is why I'm running this route in particular.
Of the Lords of Cinder converge.
Also, Pinku, thanks for the 18-month resub as well, dude. Anyways, what games am I adding? So it's going to be, I mean, if you go look at the YouTube thumbnail, it's got Demon Souls, DS1, DS2, Bloodborne, Dark Souls 3, and Elden Ring. And now with Elden Ring, I'm not sure. I'm still not certain what. Like, I was originally planning on doing actual all bosses, which is 207 bosses, right? Oh, where's the timer? But my controller disconnect? But I'm not sure. There we go. I'm not certain yet, because some people are saying that I should just do all remembrances or something. I don't know. I was planning on doing all bosses. So yeah, the run's gonna be like 300 plus bosses or something. Most of which will be Elden Ring, but DS2's got 41. This game's got 25. Dark Souls 1 has 25 as well, I think. I think Bloodborne has the least at like, or Demon Souls has the least at, somewhere around 18 or something. And then Bloodborne, I think, has what, 22 or 23? But you know what I was also thinking about is if we're doing Bloodborne, or sorry, if we're doing Elden Ring all bosses, we should probably do Bloodborne with the chalices, right? But I don't know. I haven't even done all bosses no hit in Bloodborne before. So I'll have to do that first. But yeah, I don't know what the chalice runs look like. So I'd be interested in at least trying out a Bloodborne all bosses plus chalice run, but nobody does it though. Basically, as far as I'm aware, only Ghost has done that. Not certain though. But yeah, if I'm really doing all the Souls bosses, the chalices are definitely part of that. So, well, we'll have to see when I start running Bloodborne. I think that'd be kind of cool. Yeah, this run's gonna be like 30 hours long, though, at least. So yeah, probably gonna do no reset of this right now with some save files and stuff. And then, yeah, this run is very quick. This run is nice and quick, so we can do like numerous attempts of this a day. And that's going to be a common theme with the routes that I'm going to be using throughout the games.
Hi.
Where, I mean, same as when I did God Run 3. I'm not looking for the fastest route. But we do want to be very efficient. And I would consider changing this DS3 all bosses route if I wasn't going to do it game 1, because early Greatwood is a little risky. Other than that, everything on this route's pretty good. I love for Sekiro. Well, Sekiro just doesn't fit in this game marathon, I don't think. So, same thing I said when I was doing God Run 3. I wouldn't have included Sekiro if that wasn't already the precedent set for God Run 3. I'm kind of loud. Like, Sekiro is an action game, whereas the Souls are action RPGs. So it's not the same. It just doesn't, it's kind of the odd one out, even though it's a good game and stuff. Last time I played Dark Souls, I don't know, man. Or wait, or Demon Souls. Which one do you mean? Last time I played Demon Souls would have been God Run 3, probably. So yeah, I'm definitely going to be a little rusty, but Demon Souls all bosses is by far the easiest one. Because it's essentially an any percent with the tutorial boss included. That's it. There aren't really optional bosses in that game. Sekiro's the easiest. Well, Sekiro all bosses is not the easiest. No way. Sekiro any percent is maybe the easiest, but... Alexia, thanks for gifting sub. I appreciate that. Also, Apomite, thanks for the 1-year Prime sub as well. Yeah, I'm thinking I'll probably start, in terms of game order, when I actually do this. First of all, it's going to take several months to actually be even close to attempting it, because I haven't done Bloodborne. That's the main thing. All the other games I've done, all bosses no hidden, at least once. Although I guess Demon Souls technically I haven't, but it's basically the same as any percent. So all the other games I've done, Bloodborne I have not. So that's going to take a lot more time. Nice. Yeah, it's going to take a lot of preparation for this, obviously. And then, not to mention actually getting consistent enough to do a run like this. Uh-oh. Now, Elden Ring all bosses, depends how you look at it. It's not the most demanding run, but it's ultra long, obviously, so. Yeah, I would argue DS3 all bosses is harder than Elden Ring. DS2 all bosses is probably harder than Elden Ring as well. But it's a different type of challenge. It's a routing challenge more than execution. Yeah, this is DLCs as well, of course. Probably make a save for the Greatwood, because the Greatwood's kind of the first thing on this run that we do that's a little bit of a trickier thing to do. But yeah, I think it would make sense to throw the chalices in, though. But I'll have to, I'll have to start looking at that run first before I decide. But I think, because if I do the chalices, then that's literally every single Souls boss, and that's kind of the whole point of the run. But yeah, in terms of order, I was thinking Dark Souls 3 start would be decent, but this is one of the runs I've done the most. I mean, it is the all bosses run I've done the most, so maybe it should be pushed later. It's just the way I'm doing it is kind of riskier than it could be. Especially the way we do this early section. Hopefully I got that bonfire. I wasn't really paying attention. Yeah, I could always change the route slightly to be safer if it's not game 1. Dark Souls 1's also quite consistent all bosses. Pretty easy, but there is Ornstein and Smo. DS2 all bosses is pretty tricky. But it is consistent. It's quite consistent. Like, all the games should be consistent, dude. Bloodborne's gonna be game 1, probably. Like, Bloodborne into probably Dark Souls 3 or something. Demon Souls will be right near the end. Like, just like the God Run 3. This is such a consistent game. I don't know. I'm not really set on an order this time. Last time I was pretty certain I was doing Sekiro, Dark Souls 1. I actually might get this. Sekiro, Dark Souls 1, and Bloodborne is the first games. And then eventually I started getting more consistent at DS1, so then it was basically Bloodborne, Sekiro. This time I'm not sure. This and this. Oh yeah, I've got my DS or Elden Ring all bosses spreadsheets, but the real question is, could that route be improved at all from what I did? And probably. Like, I found some strats from when I was doing the region locked run, such as that script for Romana, and there were probably some other strats too. Yeah, I can probably improve some things. Yeah, if I was doing Dark Souls 3 as not as game 1, there's no way I'd be doing this strat. This is definitely like a early game strategy. Very quick, though. All damage, health damage doesn't count. Yeah, it's the same as every other no-hit run I've done. Every other one. Environmental and fall damage is fine. Cat is back and looking to get involved again. It's like, dude, I can't do a run without it, without him jumping in somewhere. DS3 is like 150. If I remember correctly, Dark Souls 1 is around like 140 or something like that.
22 years, okay.
Yeah, I think Dark Souls 1 is the fastest. Demon Souls is also going to be around the same amount of time as that. Pretty quick. And if I'm... That's the thing, right? If I'm super efficient at these runs, which I will be, then, you know, just think about how long this run could be if you didn't do these kind of more efficient routes. Because the first DS2 all bosses run that was done by Otts was, I think, around 12 hours. The route that I do is 3.5. And it's very consistent. And then, you know, a lot of Dark Souls 3 all bosses routes are like 3 hours. This route is 1:50. So, you know, that's going to save us a lot of time, dude. When you're attempting a run that's going to be this long, probably like 30 hours, even with those efficient routes, then it could easily be like 60 without it. That's going to be a key part of this. Key is being efficient. Even like this run more so than any other run I've done, because it's going to be the longest run I've ever done, so. I'm going to run vanilla for sure, as I basically always do at this point. I don't know where that guy went. Weird. Sausage, thanks for the 18-month resub, dude. I think I made save files. The other day, I was practicing some like faith or something, and he just slept here, like a good hour and a half. Elijah, thanks for the donation, dude. Sausage, thanks for the 18-month resub. Ash, thanks for the 22-month resub as well. Shogun, thanks for the 3-year resub as well, dude. Oh god, look, I'm gonna have to turn off my keyboard. The classic, dude. Yep, he's moving me forward. Kurtwin, thanks for the brand new Prime sub. Yeah, it kind of feels weird doing a route like this after just finishing the 3 spell category runs, because like those runs are not efficient at all. I mean, they're efficient for what they're trying to be, but yeah, this is a lot different. Hardest part, wait, I missed. Hardest part can be DS2 all bosses. Nah, I've done DS2 all. That's probably the game that I've done all bosses in the second most. I've done quite a few DS2 all bosses runs already. Like Dark Souls 3, I've done by far the most. Dark Souls 2 is the second most all bosses runs I've done. But like I've only done. I've only done SL1 DS2 all bosses and normal leveled all bosses, but I guess I've done Scholar and Vanilla version. But yeah, I did practice for, like, there was some no-hit race we did a while ago where I did a bunch of DS2 runs for it. And that's the route I'm going to use for this. Unless I figure out some better strategies or something like that, but. I have to turn off my mouse too, I think, dude. Hopefully I don't need mouse and keyboard that much on this. I don't think so. Yeah, Bloodborne, yeah, I don't know very much about Bloodborne. So that'll take the most time. Yeah, Bloodborne any percent was already kind of annoying because of shadows. Kind of it's similar thing to DS1, where the whole run is very easy, but then you have kind of one roadblock on it. But you know what? Running Bloodborne's going to be made so much easier now because 60 FPS and no B jump. So that's going to make a huge difference on shadows especially, dude. It's going to be huge. I can actually react to stuff properly. I can sprint around like I would kind of naturally do in a fight like that. No, the game almost never crashes on the emulator. For me. Almost never. But yeah, even if I have like a crash every run or something, it doesn't really matter. It's well worth it. I think I'm gonna get this S shard too. Nice to have some extra blue for the DLC. Yeah, no gestures, although I never really had issues with that. Personally, never had too many like gesture issues, but this is one thing that's not the most efficient to get. Maybe, but I do think it's worth it. Lingering Dragon Crest. I also kind of like that we get some lightning bundles from this. Which boss frustrates me more than any other boss? That was an insane way to type that. I don't know. Probably just some Elden Ring boss, such as Fire Giant or Elden Beast or Metter or something like. There are a lot of bosses that I don't like in Elden Ring, unfortunately. And it's not even that they're necessarily bad bosses either. I mean, most of the time they are, but they just have like there are worse bosses than those bosses, but their annoyance factor is very high. Very, very high. You know, like Elden Beast has Elden Stars, which is just such a garbage attack. The rest of the boss is kind of fine, but... And yeah, it's kind of the same with Fire Giant. Where there are certainly worse bosses, but they just had to give him Fire Breath. And I guess, I mean, he's got some other annoying things too. Dude, this is so funny. It's like as soon as I start runs, he just comes over here. It's like he knows, dude. Just fell off my desk. Okay, 15, 21. He actually knows, dude. Alright, we do Crystal Sage first. You know what? Yeah, Borealis is up there too, I guess. But it's not even because of the reason you might think with the... It's not because of the... like, AoE Scream, actually. I don't mind that too much. It's because of the Frost Breath. It's the problem. Maybe I should go the other way here. Like, you shouldn't really get chased, but maybe my stamina was bad. Probably should have made a save here. right, 4 hits. You just have to be careful on that Sage fight of a potential... You can get a half hit if you swing too early after the riposte. Excited for Midir? Why would I be excited for Midir? Okay, so now we go back. Spectre, how's it going, dude?
Ashen 1, Bish.
Oh, not.
Maybe.
Kind of annoying that I have to buy Spook again. But we buy these spells, like once you buy those specific spells from Orbeck, then you get Slumbering. That's why we do that.
What?
Okay, 3/3. Revan, thanks for the 28-month reset, by the way, dude. And Lordren, thanks for the 16-month reset. Pierre, thanks for the brand new Prime sub as well. Which Souls bosses do I want in Night Rain DLC? I kind of just want all of them. That's it. I think the more bosses in Night Rain, the better the game is. Simply. I mean, maybe the ones I wouldn't want to see are just like the obvious terrible ones. Like Bed of Chaos, I guess, but there honestly are not many that I think should not be moved into Night Rain. Because even the really bad bosses would still be fine in Night Rain, I think. Yeah, we're gonna do some more Seamless this week, probably, at some point.
Maybe.
Not sure which day, though.
Best not ever.
Or like Wednesday or something. What? Today's Monday, right? All right, into the DLC. Everdark Gideon. Yeah. Maybe Everdark Gideon would actually be what I wanted from him. He's like actually a boss. Kirky Man, thanks for the brand new Prime sub. Everdark Gary. Yeah, Rykard and Night Rain, I wonder how that would work. Would they just drop you the Servant Hunter? Or you know what would be cool actually if they added Rykard in it, but then they just made every weapon have the Serpent Hunter special effect when you're fighting him, you know? Be kind of cool. Like, I guess, sort of like how they did it with the Everdark Maris, but then don't make it an Ash of War, just make it the weapon moveset instead. Be kind of cool. I was really trying to think last night if, or for the 6th game all bosses run, if for Dark Souls 3 I should do some sort of magic route. Because of how good, you know, like the miracle route was really good. Or some hybrid route instead. Right, like miracles is really good. Obviously Pyro's insane. Like trying to figure out some way to do some hybrid route where I still get, you know, the Boulder Heave Frida, Boulder Heave Demon Princes and stuff like that.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
I don't know. It'd be cool. But yeah, the main problem is just when you start introducing a spell like Boulder Heave, it's really good, but it does take a decent amount of time to go get it. Like those magic routes, just it takes a lot of time to set everything up. But I don't know, maybe there's some way that you could still be efficient while throwing in some pyromancy somewhere. You know, getting something like Great Chaos Fire Orb, I think would be just off the table because it's super slow. Okay, so we're gonna get some chunks here. Something I didn't know about until, or I didn't know there was a good way to get this first chunk until very recently. I kind of thought you had to go all the way around, but you don't. You can just jump right up here. Yeah, I did finish the Miracle Run Schlamp, dude. Yeah, the route was really good. I don't know who just screamed there. Let's go, Mad King. So much simpler, these sections with Hidden Body. Because the last couple runs, I wasn't using any Hidden Body. You got to throw 100 skulls for this part. Yeah, I kind of want to keep thinking about it though. If I can do a hybrid spell route somehow and actually keep it being efficient. I just don't know how, but the main, probably the simplest way to do that would be to use something like the Sunlight Straightsword route that I did a couple months ago, but then just throw in Sunlight Spear somewhere. I just don't think it's, I don't think you really need it though, because if you're going, like say on a boss like Midir where Sunlight Spear is the best thing in the game, Sunlight Straightsword with Lightning Blade already is not much worse than that. I don't know. I think the biggest improvement would be using pyromancies for a boss like Demon Prince. Although Twin Blade has an insane Demon Princes, but probably the worst, like relatively the worst fight on this run for Twin Blades is, it's honestly probably Osiros, because I don't know, we don't skip phase 2 with the build we have. Because I'm not going Red Tearstone Ring, I'm not Getting Flynn's ring. So at least last time I did it, I don't remember skipping Osiris phase 2, which does make that fight a lot scarier. I think we just +5. Goes to 25 decks as well.
Well, then. Farewell, Ashen One.
At least 20. No, it's going to be more than 20 hours, realistically. Like, Elden Ring all bosses alone is like 12. 11 or 12. So, and then, I mean, maybe 20, I guess.
Maybe I'll give you the best.
I'm thinking more 25. 25 to 30. Yeah, I did see that, Macking. Yeah, that's insane, dude. Surely I'll do that at some point. But yeah, one thing that was a little off-putting on that run for me is just how insanely long it is. Like, it certainly could be done in faster than 12, but even if you're doing it quick, it's still insanely long. So yeah, that's insane, dude. Oh, nice. We got us as the Kira command. Yeah, that's perfect. Surely no one will ask again. Or I won't have to answer it again. Yeah, I'm trying to think of where else could be improved on this run. I don't think it'd be worth the efficiency sacrifice if I did try to go with some Pyromancy Twin Blade Red. I don't know how that would work, but I don't think it'd be worth it because even on Demon Princes, where Pyromancy is the best thing in the game, Twin Blades are still really good for them as long as you execute it properly.
Blah.
I guess arguably Twin Blades are actually better if you miss the execution with the Pyro kill, then Twin Blades are still better. Yeah, I guess Pyro has a much better Cinder. It has a much better Princes. Maybe not much better, but definitely better. It's interesting, dude. You know what I just realized I haven't tried? I haven't tried this route, but with Power Within. Oh yeah, the problem is getting Cornix, though. How could that work? Is it, the problem is on this route, I don't go anywhere near Cornix. And if you started out as a Pyromancer, then you don't get Spook, which is very nice for speeding up early game. Maybe a little risky to go this early, but I'm kind of tempted. Just wait for this guy to come around. And then probably wait for the swap. Here? Oh, yeah, there is the Pyroflame in the DLC. That's true. Oh, that's right. Okay, yeah. That's 100% it, yeah. I kind of forgot about that. That would be a faster one to grab, for sure. But if doing deacons this way versus throwing them all against pillar? Yeah, that might be a better way to do it. I've just always done it this way, so I haven't really changed, but... Yeah, the parting flame, dude. That's 100% what the play would be. Parting flame with power within. Is there any other problem with that? I guess the other problem with the twin blades, because they're a two-handed weapon, is where do you get the regeneration from? Because power within on its own is probably worth it, but I should maybe say because it's 20% extra damage plus a ton of stamina regen, which if you're using like only ritual sword or Lloyd sword ring in this game is only 10%. The only problem is power within doesn't last that long. It does work really nicely with the lingering dragon crest though. But what regeneration would I get? Because the blessed shield doesn't keep up. The chime weapon art is really good, but it doesn't work if you're two-handing another weapon. Like, you have to have it out the whole time. Which is what I did on the pyromancy run. I just had the Bellvine. Yeah, see how efficient this route is, though? It's crazy going from the spell runs to going to this. How fast this feels. Yeah, what regen, though, is fast enough? Because, yeah, the great thing about using the chime is that it's so much faster than the power within damage. That you stay in rituals or Lloyd's sword range the entire time, which is the key. Life gem. Yeah, the Eleanor's chime you can do, but it's not the most convenient. Super late in the game. I don't think it's really the right option. Probably the best thing I can think of is just some regen spell. I think a spell would be the only thing that'd actually be fast enough. Croak, how's it going, dude? I don't think I'm supposed to use bundles here, but... yeah, no, Skiro. Yeah. $253. Wait, was that 4? I don't know. No, that was right. Was it right? Because I got 2, and then I thought I got 2 when he pulled his hand back, so I think it was right. Or was it actually 4? What is the best infusion in DS3? For PvE, just probably Dex or Strength. One of the two. For PvP though, that's a better, more interesting question. Because then it could be like dark or lightning. It depends. Yeah, or yeah, quality, or it depends on your level too. Because quality can be better at, you know, some of the higher levels. Yeah, it just depends. Like the luck infusion can be good at super high levels too. Oh, insane lag right as I try to cancel. 2 HP per second with the Ancient Dragon. Yeah, that's not even close to enough. I don't think. Power Thin is much more drained than that. So yeah, that's why the Blessed Infusion wouldn't work. We would need a spell. Or, yeah, or the Philionor's Chime weapon art would work. I forgot to split. Yeah, I would be very interested though in making Power Thin work and still be efficient. That's the main thing, because obviously it can work if I get the right stuff. Where do you... Replenishment is from where? Does Irina sell that immediately, or is that from a tome somewhere? Because I think any of those spells would be fine. Replenishment, I think, is the base one. I can't remember if she sells that right away or not. Here's not a Souls game. How's that hard to understand? Well, I understand why there's some, like, why people ask. It's simply because when I did God Run 3, I had Sekiro in the like, God Run 3 has Sekiro. So that's why people are wondering that. But I'm pretty sure even if you go watch the God Run 3 video, one of the first things I said is like, yeah, Sekiro doesn't belong in this, but I'm doing it anyways, you know? He says you can buy. How much faith is it, though? Yeah, I don't know, man. Still hidden body here.
not ever.
I think it might be worth, dude. Might be worth it. Power Thin would just, like, kind of put this run into overdrive, basically. Like, we'd just be going insane at that point. Faith, can you Sacred Oath? And the Sacred Oath is... Well, do you mean with Sunlight Straightsword? Because actual Sacred Oath is definitely not an option. Sunlight Straightsword maybe, but... Sunlight Straightsword's not as good. And it's a little bit less convenient to get it. Souls game do I think is the best replayability? I think Dark Souls 2, or the Dark Souls games, does for sure. When you throw an Elden Ring to that equation, then... Or into that question, I like, it still could be Dark Souls 2, maybe, arguably, but... This is crazy, dude. Yeah, the Night Rain sword. It's funny because I'm sure there are a good number of people who actually see it that way. It's like, oh, that's the Night Rain sword, dude. Yeah, I think Dark Souls 2 has the perfect combination of really good variety in the game with spells and with weapons and all that stuff, while not being super tedious. And then also, one thing I've realized in doing... I didn't realize it from doing these runs, but it kind of reminded me of it, or the spell runs in this game, is how fun it is to progress with magic builds in the Dark Souls games, because you're not just going and, you know, running to Mount Gelmir and getting Common Azure right away or something. Like, you're not getting the best spells in the game by just running for 15 minutes and picking it up. In this game, you actually have to beat bosses, and you're slowly progressing your spell arsenal, right? And Elden Ring, that's totally missing. What are these guys doing? But yeah, Dark Souls 2 is the perfect combination of that, basically, I think. while also having a ton of variety in the game still. Yeah, and then of course Dark Souls 2's also got, you know, a lot of possible routes through the game, especially early, which the other Souls games don't really have. Elden Ring has that a little bit with the, I guess, would I go fire here? Elden Ring has that a little bit with picking which demigod you want to kill, and then, you know, you can enter Lane-Del or whatever. But Dark Souls 2 has that in a better version, or like a more... a version with even more options with the soul memory and opening up the Shrine of Winter. And then, you know, combining that soul memory, 1 million soul memory needed plus bonfire sedex, and then you have just such an insane number of ways to at least progress through the midpoint of the game. Or you can beat all the, you know, you can beat all the old souls, or you can farm them, or do any combination of both. Well, yeah, you can farm, you know, you can farm 4 Rottens, which is the main no-hit any % route with a melee build, or you can, like, that's the cool thing about it. You can do Iron Kings, you can do any of the old souls, you can just farm them. Or if you really want to go crazy, you don't even have to kill any of them, right? I think there was some video, I forget who posted it, but it was like a Yimfa video where he just didn't kill a single boss, basically. And then, you know, farmed up 1 million soul memory to go through the Shrine of Winter or something like that. It's cool to have that option. No one's farming Sinner. I actually did a Sinner no-hit route a while ago. Or did a no-hit run where I farmed 4 Sinner on it. It's perfectly viable, actually. There's no problem with it. It's just a different way to do it. And Sinner's like maybe a slightly sketchier boss than Rotten, so that's why people don't really do it. But yeah, and there, you know, there are routes as well for level 1 that probably no one has done except for me with old Iron King on level 1, because you go there, you access the DLC, get your hands on the which one is it? ADP ring's further. I guess you could get ADP ring, but the Dex ring. And then you can use the rapier and the bow. Plus, you get the work hook. And there's like a lot of benefits for going that route for level 1. Harder, though. But yeah, that's more what I mean. It's just you have all those options, right? Nicola, how's it going, dude? Okay, we need to buy a lot of stuff here.
Farewell, Ashen One.
How many NG cycles was max soul level? That's a good question. I don't really remember. I think it was around 50. Is that possible? I maybe it was like 80. It might have been somewhere around 80. Oh, that's... Wow. I'm shocked that's not too much. That's got to be like right on the cusp of being too much damage there. Not the best dancer. You know what? It wouldn't be bad to have one skull for this section. I don't know where I'd get it from, but... Just because they're the scripted aggro guys on the stairs, they kind of aggro regardless of the hidden body. Gonna do any funky cheese strats like Manus with bow? No, definitely not. Nothing like that. I mean, I guess there's the Capper Demon cheese too, but I don't... My DS1 All Bosses Red doesn't do that. Because we just like walk in and one-shot him. Yeah, Hidden Body is pretty busted. Yeah, the combo of Hidden Body plus Slumbering Ring is... like, it makes these runs so much easier. And yeah, if you want to go see what these runs look like without it, simply, I just... like, the last couple streams have been doing Miracle All Bosses No Hit, where I didn't use Hidden Body, same with Pyromancy. So, you can simply go watch that. Yeah, see how those guys still aggro regardless of Hidden Body? A skull would be nice there. Game order right now. We are like very, very early in... Like, we're basically just starting to think about this run, so we're not to the point where we're starting to figure out game order or anything like that. Come on, bro. I think I need this chunk. Guess I'll rest here too. I'm not sure on the blue flask usage here. I don't rest. You know what? He kind of stunned there. I'm not certain if doing 5 hits after the riposte is safe every time. I think I was considering using poison for that. But poison's kind of slow. But you know what? I think even without the bundle, if I was able to get the 5 hits off, he might still die with poison. And then in that case, the poison's really only just in case it... Just in case you don't get, you know, all 5 hits or something. Yeah, this route is pretty fast. It feels very fast. Like I was saying earlier, after doing all the spell runs, this feels like blazing fast. Which it kind of is, right? I'm not sure what the fastest all bosses no-hit run that's been done to this point is. Like, I don't know if anyone's done no-hit speed runs for all bosses no-hit in this game, but this route is definitely going to be one of the fastest. Kind of does depend on some RNG on the boss fights. Like I'm not gonna rush a Frida phase 2 on this unless I get perfect RNG. But there are certain fights that can add a lot of time depending on how it goes. What is happening? $220. Yeah, $220 is definitely not the fastest. I've done many years ago. I did like a $210 or something, but. Yeah, in terms of what's... That was weird. In terms of what's actually possible, I think the glitchless route at this point is like 118, but that's with quit out. So yeah, you could probably do... Yeah, sub 130 is probably what's doable. But yeah, this route should be... It'll be around 145. 145 to 150. Or a very consistent route. Pretty good. Like I said, though, it does depend on some boss fights, which I'm not going to rush them. Scotty, thanks for the brand new Prime sub. Space All-Star, thanks for the 29-month resub. Corby, thanks for the 9-month Prime sub. Ant, thanks for the 37-month resub. Moonologist, thanks for the 1-year Prime sub as well. Headhunter, thanks for the brand new sub, dude. Kirky... Oh, boy. He's just shooting at nothing. Kirky Man, thanks for the brand new Prime sub. Revan, thanks for the 28-month resub as well. Yeah, I do really want to look into Power Within for this. Said I was going to do that a while ago and I didn't, but we can do that today. It'll be the plan for today. Because you'll see here, our damage for this boss... You know what? I actually was kind of considering doing the cheese here. Our damage for this boss is not the best. It's respectable, but after doing some of the magic runs, this is pretty low. You're only +7, though. I wonder how many black firebombs this would be. Oh, I turned off my keyboard and mouse. Which I would probably want for this. I feel like I'm going sideways here. It's honestly probably not worth doing that, but it seems a little risky to set it up, especially in that instance. Like throwing a firebomb and he's right in front of me. If I wasn't doing Dark Souls 3 Game 1, I'd probably just do the Fog Gate cheese or something. Dark Rapier, thanks for the 40-month resub, dude. Oh. I forgot I was only +7 there. Yeah, surely include Night Rain in this run, dude. Makes perfect sense.
Farewell, Ashen One.
Maybe I'll give you the best.
Yeah, include Night Rain and don't include Sekiro. Perfect. Klabaris, thanks for the 3-month resub, dude. Thanks, man. I wonder if I could pick up a Kukri somewhere, and if that would be better for the princes, like for trying to set up that phase 2. Probably. This is some RNG so far. Wow, that was not a great Cinder. Clavaris, thanks for the 5 gifted subs, dude. And thanks for the 3-month resub as well. Thanks, dude. All right, so let's see what this Osiris looks like. This is one of the fights that I think... That was the wrong place. That I think would be drastically improved with Power Within. Like, some of the other bosses maybe wouldn't be that big of a difference. But I think here, we probably skip phase 2 if I have it. I'm guessing. Where am I going? Oh, did I not get the... Oh. I forgot the bonfire. I would do it. Nice. Nice one. Yeah, I was supposed to get the Lothar Castle bonfire, and I guess I just didn't. I guess I could have actually just gone from that archives one as well, just taking the elevator down. This way is probably faster though. Set on builds for each game? I guess mostly. Although even in this game, I'm still... I'm not certain because I would love to throw in Power Within on this route. I'm just not sure the best way to do it yet. Like, the damage here is respectable, but it's not anything crazy enough for skipping phase 2. Skip most of phase 2, but just not all of it. So yeah, I'm thinking if I've got Power Within there, like I probably get him in time, I'm guessing. Simply addicted to routing. That is kind of true. Oh, what the fuck? Interesting. Usually this guy's walking the other way, but because the boss kill was kind of slow. Best Souls game likely be the first one you play. Oh, I see. Like your favorite. I thought you were talking about for the order of this run or something, but yeah, that's a pretty common thing where you kind of have the nostalgia on the first Souls game you played. Yeah, the headshot stagger shot, maybe. I don't know how safe it is with twin blades, though. Like, if there's... Because, yeah, that's what I did on the sorcery route. I don't know if there's... I haven't really tested it much with twin blades, honestly. Oh. Not sure if there's anything that could go wrong with that. I don't think we need bundles here. Did I? I don't know. I might have gone a little early, I guess. That's not how that's supposed to go. He's supposed to stagger there, but something messed it up. Not sure what. Yeah, isn't that funny, AV dude? Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. Like the damage of the twin blades. Now again, part of that is because we're doing a suboptimal damage setup here for the sake of efficiency, right? Like only have 40 decks. We only have 2 damaging rings. No buffs or anything like that. Basically, like just resin. So it's not an optimal build, but yeah, the damage really seems bad. Like even after doing those spell runs, dude. It seems actually bad. It's kind of funny. Never thought I'd say that, but then, you know, if I tried to do a route with kind of a normal weapon after this, then it'd be like, oh yeah, that's what that looks like. Or just like some average weapon. Yeah, compared to the spell runs, though, the damage we get here is actually bad. So, it's kind of funny. I have to go back and see what happened on that champion fight, though, because like I thought I did 4, and then I did 2. And then I parried again, did 2, and then the only thing is that I may have not waited long enough for the stun. So he was still standing up, and then I poise broke him or something.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Boris, thanks for the 17-month resub, dude. Yeah, that's the only thing I can really think of there. May have been a little too far there. Big man, thanks for the brand new Prime sub, dude. $7K damage Miracle Sue. It's true. 7K, that's only something 2 Lightning Spears can do, or Sunlight Spears can do, not 1. It really is so much fun to run this game, dude. Like, after running Elden Ring for so long. Crazy how much different this feels compared to doing some Elden Ring runs, man. For no hit, that is, of course. Yeah, just constant action here. No sitting around anywhere, just run and gun, basically. I guess we'll use fire. No, DS3 hitless is much harder than Elden Ring, for sure. I'm not, like, unless if you're talking for all bosses, then yeah, like, Elden Ring's probably harder because it's just so long. I wanted to blossom here. He should do his lightning again, I think, right? He actually wasn't, but killed him in time anyways.
Ashen. Farewell, Ashen Wami.
Probably hit bosses less times in Elden Ring, though.
maybe I'll give you the best.
I don't know, man. That surely can't be right, but... But yeah, that's true. The Elden Ring all bosses run, you're basically just one-shotting most of the bosses. This is true. And even a really good fight with Twin Blades, like right there, that Nameless King. Like, Nameless King with Twin Blades is excellent, but even that fight, yeah, that's... I mean, that's quite a few swings, I guess. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure on the number of hits I need to do here. Seems about right. That's one of the things that Twin Blades is just insane at for some reason is NPC stun locking. Very good. Shinken, thanks for the 2-month Prime sub, dude. Wouldn't mind getting some like pants on for this or something. Just for some extra frost resist. Oof. I was not, like, I wasn't sure if you got stuck on him there. Kind of scary. That's actually the RNG where I'm supposed to just get the instant kill. Oh, good. I usually just like to take this fight slow. I've lost quite a few runs in the past to this phase by trying to be too aggressive. Yeah, this is definitely a little bit slower than this should normally be, I think. Just because of that the Forgotten Bonfire, and then I guess that's pretty much it. But not the best free to fight. Yeah, if we do include power within, it's definitely not going to save time. But I think for some of the fights, like Osiris, who is one of the more dangerous fights, I guess. It'll just make the run a little bit safer, I think. Like, you know, maybe Nameless King 2, if I can get it off at the start of phase 2, I could speed that up a little bit. It'll be nice for Demon Princes for the... Because I'm going to do the quick phase 1. At least try to. It'll make that a bit better. Midir, it might make it even more lenient to get the, like, phase 2 skip. You know what? I kind of don't... Is this how I normally do this? I don't know if that's right, but... Seems about right, I guess. Oof, that was kind of close. Ah, kind of scuffed this, dude. Right off the bat, I just whiffed a bunch of hits. Powerwood then would also make this phase quite a bit better too. Or make it more lenient, I guess, is the main thing. I don't know if we have enough here, dude. Yeah, that was pretty scuffed. This fight it's basically all about the turns at the start, and I just didn't do it properly there. Done properly, you should get like 2 more spins than that, and then you get, you know, an extra like 5 hits, basically. It's still fine. Like that's actually the old strat I used to use, but the problem is if you're like really short on damage there, and you're not in time to stagger him out of that move, then like you can't really survive that attack. So, but I don't know. Even if it does go that poorly, there's almost no way he shouldn't be dying when he's trying to summon his big meteor attack. I wonder if I should have rested somewhere. It's probably fine. But yeah, definitely some more work needs to go in this run, like, or just more practice, because some of these fights have been pretty bad. Not the best. I've been meaning to test how close this guy can actually walk when I'm using hidden body. I went in front of him there. I feel like he probably would have aggroed, but I'm not actually sure on that. I probably could have just run in front of this guy, I guess.
You use a glass mirror to see her face. You use works of art to see her soul.
Elfman, thanks so much for the 1,000 bits, dude. Thanks, man. I have 2 blossoms left. I guess that's fine, right? Probably didn't really need one here, though. Yeah, surely he's dead, dude. Of course. Surely.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Jeweler, thanks for the
best set of
8-month
hair
Prime
on
sub.
Twitch. Greetings from Germany.
Thanks, dude. Surely that's true. Okay, whiffed the blade there. Supposed to do 4 hits there too, but my stamina was bad. You know, it actually is fine. Just a little too much damage going into phase 2, but that's okay.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
GG smile.
And Trabit, thanks for the 11-month Prime sub. Thanks, dude.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Why?
Lloydia, thanks for the... Surely I said that right. Thanks for the 4-month resub. Lloygie. There, you know what? There is a similar strat to what I did to Gravetender for Half-Light, which is definitely faster, but
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
it's just riskier.
Half-Light. Full mast.
A Prison, thanks for the 45-month resub as well, dude. It's just a riskier strat, but no way to do DS3 first too. I mean, probably not. It's probably going to be early. Like, I think it's going to be in the first 3 for sure, right? Because the last 3 will be, you know, Demon Souls, maybe Elden Ring, maybe. And what other game is there? I mean, Dark Souls 2, possibly. I don't know. I think Dark Souls 1 is one of the easiest runs. Like, Demon Souls is the easiest. Dark Souls 1 is probably the second easiest after that. The only problem is Ornstein and Smo is on that run. So, but, you know, if I put in the proper practice on DS1, then it should be a late game, I think. There's also the ladder sketchiness as well, which I don't... Ladder scares me. Even though I have a good strat for it, I don't know if it's 100%. Yeah, DS3 should be very consistent as well. Yeah. And I can make this route a lot, maybe not a lot, but quite a bit safer than I am right now. You know, like stuff like doing Demon Prince is the slower way. If we get Power Within, I think, you know, it can make Osiris a bit safer. I could go get Flynn's and Chloranthy Ring, which will make basically all the earlier bosses faster. You know, stuff like that I could do. I might do Elden Ring last. Yeah, it's funny, right? Because I would, you know, even if I finish all, you know, 5 games, all bosses hitless, and Elden Ring's the last one, I'd only be halfway through the run at that point, basically. Maybe not even. So, I guess it's fine. We'll be using some poison here. ODK actually scares me like a little bit on these runs because it is possible to get staggered by him. Yeah, hour 48. I do think if I do everything properly and don't forget to get a bonfire, then yeah, 145 to 150 is what this rout's supposed to be. Gotta end on Consort for the content. I don't know about that, dude. Because Consort, regardless, he's just gonna get scripted anyways. But I guess it was kind of... When I did region locked all bosses no hit and I messed up the strat, I guess that was some content right there, but... Ending on Soldier of Godric is better. So much pressure when Elden Ring comes up last. Yeah, that's true, but imagine I did Elden Ring second last and it was like Demon Souls left or something. You know? I think that would be probably worse. was a little scary. That lightning. Not the best scale. It was kind of a like awkward situation when I was approaching him at the start of phase 2 there.
Farewell, Ashen One.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
If you were to
A little
get a head
awkward.
start of Elden Ring,
'Cause, yeah, he
after
did the-
all
he
those
did, like, the
powers, would you
mid-range
still
crossbow
continue even during this practice run?
into the poke, which I'm usually not in that position because I probably, cancel my Blossom most of the time there. Aces, thanks for the 13-month Prime sub, dude. Steamed Yam, thanks for the brand new Prime sub as well. Elden Ring, the most scripted game to run for no hit. It is, but yeah, no, it is. Like, I do think I'll probably do Elden Ring last. But when you think about an all bosses run and how much of the game is scripted on that, the part that becomes a little bit scarier for a multi-game run is that the early game isn't as scripted, I guess, right? Because it does take a while to get to the point where you have the build and you have, everything necessary set up, and then also the running sections too. Because yeah, you have scripted bosses, but there are still, a ton of running sections to do in that. So
Oh my god, dude, that's so shit.
Lloyd J, thanks for the
So
5 give subs. I appreciate that.
That is
Okay, just don't get landed on.
garbage. Oh my god.
Here we go. Okay, so 153. Definitely a little bit slower than it could be, but still pretty good. And yeah, just around 2 hours real time. Probably, like I said, it'll probably be like 5 minutes faster if I remember the bonfires and all that stuff. But yeah, it's a pretty solid route, especially for one that's being safe as well with Hidden Body and getting Slumbering Ring and all that stuff. That's pretty decent. I do want to try some Power Within strats though and see if I can make that work. And not be much slower than this. Like if it's like 5 minutes slower or something, that's really not a big deal. But I guess that's what I'll do next, because I'm like probably next stream, or depending on how I'm feeling about this run, I'll need to keep practicing this as I'm going through the other games as well. But yeah, we're going to be moving on to DS1 or DS2 next probably, or Bloodborne, or just the next games. But DS1 or DS3, I've gotten my consistency back, I think, because even of the last 4 attempts of runs I did, I think I only got hit once on that Pyro run. And yeah, this route's pretty good, but I do want to see if we can do the same thing, but throw in Power Within somewhere. So basically, all that it would be, we don't have to start it from the very beginning because the start of the run would look the exact same. I'm sure I can find a save file that I made there that is like the first DLC running section. We could probably just start from there, I guess. Bloodborne chalices. Yeah, I need to. I haven't even done the chalices at all yet. So before I decide if they're going to be thrown in there, I should do them. I feel like it makes a lot of sense to put them in, because at that point, if I do chalices and I do Elden Ring all bosses, then it literally is all bosses at that point. But only one person's done Bloodborne no hit with the chalices. So Dahlia, thanks so much for the raid. How was your stream? I appreciate that. Anyways, I guess let's look for a save here. Yeah, definitely not the cleanest run, but got it done, I guess. Is that too far back, or might have been some old save I have? I'm sure I have a save from somewhere around the Ariandel section. Because, yeah, we would pick up the Parting Flame. Is this a little early? Run a 6 hour, 40 minute long. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be big. This is Osiro, so I didn't really make many saves on this. Less saves than I meant to, but I thought I made one for Sage or something. Wait, what? Okay, I don't think I have a great save, but we can start from that that one past Greatwood, I guess. That was his first playthrough on stream. Yeah, I probably should do that, yeah. I think that'd be pretty fun. Okay, yeah. I guess this one is the furthest up I have, so we'll just start from here. So yeah, what we're doing now is we have a very solid route for the Ezreal bosses, obviously. I do want to see if I can make it better, though, with getting Power Within. And the idea is that we... You know what? Maybe I don't have to go from here. I'm just gonna just give myself some bonfires. There's no reason to do this all. And then that save that I have... it's too bad I didn't make a Princess save. This Princess save would be perfect. Because that's the point at which we'd actually start using Power Within. Okay. So yeah, the first thing is grabbing the Parting Flame, because I'm almost certain that this should be faster than... Oh, I have no hidden body. Yeah, this is a little scuffed. Okay. I do this. Oh, did I make Save of Watchers? I couldn't find it, but... Oh, I have no, Oh, this is so scuffed, dude. I mean, it looks like this is perfectly fine, though. And then I'm not certain of the best way to drop down here. Not like that, though. Oh, my God. Okay. But, like, the fastest way down here, that's probably... Dogsy, how's it going, dude? One huge time save would be to do the skip down to Gravetender here. Obviously, I'm not going to do that on a consistent route, though. Okay. Yeah, I just want to see... The thing is, okay, so I want to see picking up the Parting Flame, which it seems like this is going to be perfectly fine. Very easy to do. And safe. And then beyond that, the only thing that would be different on this route is we pick up Power Within, which is... like, no different. What do these guys drop here, actually? I don't know what these lizards drop. Probably just... some, like, twinkling or something. Is the other guy the same? I just want to make sure that this isn't anything useful. Although, you know what? This could have been useful on Sunlight Straightsword route, actually. If I didn't grab these, which I don't think I did. I may have already been... yeah, maybe I should have done that. I'm not sure. Okay, so... what is the best way down here? I really have no idea. Some Homeward Bones too. Okay, so there's the Parting Flame. So that's simple. And then, yeah, literally everything would be the same up until, I guess, Cinder, because I probably wouldn't equip it for Princes. So, luckily I have that Cinder save. I think was this one. And then our stat allocation, like, by the time we're getting to Cinder, I go 35 Endurance, which... like, we definitely don't need that much. So we would have Parting Flame, Power Within. So that's simple, right? I guess maybe I would need another spell slot. Maybe not, though. I don't use Spook that much. Down to Gravetender is really the only point at which I use it. And we don't really need Power Within there, although it wouldn't hurt, I guess. We don't need it. CBD, how's it going, dude? Yeah, I don't think I need Spook anywhere else. So that's fine. The real question, though, is going to be... yeah, 10 Faith is nothing. One extra point in Faith. Yeah, the real question is going to be the Regeneration. That's the question. And I guess I would have to get a Chime for that too, which is fine. But if I do go Replenishment...
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Machine of love.
Yeah, so you know what? Maybe I would need an extra spell slot. Which I guess is fine. It's only 2 more attunement as well. Right, is it 2 more? Is it 18? Maybe it's 18. Okay, it's 18. So 30 endurance at that point. 30 endurance, 18 attunement, and now we're going to need extra faith for casting replenishment, I assume, which is also 15. So it's a lot of level investment. We'd be at 25. And then what's there's the chime that the Shrine Girl has. Talisman. We'd buy that at some point. Okay, so... oh, I didn't spell. So it is a decent investment, but it's only stamina, which... using Power Thing kind of offsets that because you get so much regen. So it would look like this. So this... Lingering is nice. Okay. It's kind of weird to go through getting Power Within, but not just go get Flynn's Ring at some point. But Flynn's Ring is definitely slower. But it's safer. Like, it's safer than what I do normally. Because it would force me to go through the settlement the normal way instead of doing the Thrall Jump. I don't know if I'd want to do Thrall Jump game 1. I could also go down to Greatwood that way. It'd probably, overall, that'd probably add, like, Power Within plus that would probably add, like, 10 minutes to the run, I think. Which isn't that bad, considering the res 150 right now, right? Decided game order? I haven't really started thinking about game order at all yet. Okay, anyways, let's see the Cinder. So this is the first time at which we would be using this. What is the order? How long does anyone know how long replenishment lasts for? And then we have the extra duration too, but I assume it's... yeah, 60 seconds. Okay, so the order should be then replenishment first. And then probably this. And then this. Yeah, perfect. Okay, let's see this damage now. I mean, that's still like normal red Tearstone Twinblade damage. But it is significantly better than what we were getting before. And the stamina regen is huge. Like, I could probably just do another Power Within here, no problem. But yeah, definitely not a massive improvement on this fight, though. Yeah, the replenishment lasted the whole fight. Okay, sure. Yeah, let's just continue the run from here and see. So yeah, I mean, definitely saved a couple hits there. We're getting an extra, like, 100 damage a hit, basically. Go see this Osiris, though. This is the one that I was thinking could be a bigger improvement. I guess I don't have the bonfire here, do I? Whoops. I didn't actually mean to give myself the bonfire, but I guess it's fine. Or to give myself every bonfire, I mean. NT Hero, thanks for the 2-month reset, by the way, dude. I'm really considering Flynn's Ring, dude. Flynn's Ring is very good on a Twin Blade route, because Twin Blades aren't that heavy. Power Thin can kind of offset the shield. It does add a lot of time to the run, though. Yeah, so the difference is if I did get Flynn's Ring. So instead of doing Greatwood early, I would do him later. Which is fine. Like, okay. Yeah, doing Greatwood later is fine. I may do a safer strat on him though. If I were to actually do that. But then, yeah, it would mean that I would go the normal way through settlement, which is quite a bit slower. And then, of course, it would mean that I have to get that bonfire and then come back to Great and get Flynn's Ring that way. Like it does take a bit of time. I don't really play this in the best way. Surely I made a save there, right? That wasn't too much better, honestly. But I also base changed him at the wrong time, so. Why Twin Blades over Lothar Knight Greatsword? Because Twin Blades are just better. Twin Blades are the best weapon in the game. Yeah, let's see here. So this is kind of more normal. I mean, that's pretty good. But again, is it worth all the extra time to get it though? And at that point, I may as well just get Flynn's Ring as well. Because yeah, if I added on Flynn's Ring to this build, we were doing 500 damage a hit. I had Flynn's Ring, and then, like, Chloranthy, I would pick it up, but I may not use it that often because I'd probably not want to swap rings that much. Let's see how much better this is, though. We were doing 500 hit before. Yeah, 60 damage a hit's a lot, dude. Yeah, see, look how much, I mean... What's... How did that miss him, dude? It's like straight through his leg. What do I do? Did I just go get Flynn's? Agora, have a good one, dude. Thanks for hanging out. Nice meme, dude. This mist is so annoying. Yeah, we definitely want to make sure we're not starting phase 2 too early, I guess. I mean, this is ideal, probably. 'Cause, like, now... Like, yeah, I mean, that's... a lot better. I kind of like the early Greatwood, though, dude. I think Flynn's is worth it. I mean, 60 damage a hit is quite a bit, though. Like, and the thing is, Flynn's, I mean, how early would I get it, I guess, is one question. How early could I get it? I could just get it right away. And then Flynn's, you know, adding the Flynn's damage to everything for the rest of the game, like, for the whole game is pretty nice. I'm just thinking, how would it work? Where would I get Flynn's ring? How would it work, dude? Because... I mean, is there a world where I just immediately do Thrall Skip and then don't get that sharp gem? Like, no way, right? I could... Because you get a bunch of skulls from that ash that's over there as well. Which is pretty much needed. I mean, I think the skulls are needed. Because I use it on deacons. There isn't really anywhere else to get those skulls. Huh. There's some... Yeah, if I did no Thrall Skip, I may get Cornix, but even then, there are a couple enemies on the way to him, so I'd probably rather just get Parting Flame. I could do kind of what the no-hit speedrun, or what my any percent no-hit speedrun route did, which is you go grab the sharp gem, you grab the ashes, you just homeward bone immediately back after that, right? Probably what I'd do. Which does make a lot of sense. I'd lose some money early game, but... Much lower if I come back with Hidden Body later. Not much slower. Like, I could... Yeah, I could go through... Or wait, what, like, Hidden Body for the Flynn's Ring section? Because, yeah, I think it actually could work out and not be that much slower to get Flynn's Ring. It could still be a couple minutes slower, but... I could cut out that section next to the white tree, basically. Omen, how's it going, dude? I'm trying to think of where the sharp gems are. I can't... I can think of a bunch of heavy gems, but not really sharp gems, dude. There aren't that many. I mean, you need a sharp... Like, you need a sharp gem, dude. Like, why can't I think of any other ones that are early? Yeah, one in Catacombs. Like, nah, I'm not getting that one. I mean, we'd have Hidden Body for it, so it'd be safe, but I'd probably want it before Watchers, especially since I do Beacons before Watchers on this. Ever eat Pop-Tarts? I haven't eaten a Pop-Tart in, like, many years, dude. I can't even remember them, really. I remember liking them, though, when I was younger, but... Nah, there's not really any other gem, unless there's one in the first DLC, but... There's not really another gem that makes sense. So, no, I think we go get the Sharp Gem. We need those 6 skulls from the Ashes. I think that's basically required, because we use all those on Deacons, right? But there are other skull options, technically. But I don't think any of them are as good as that, because there are some behind the dogs. There are some... there's some you can pick up, like, above Undead Settlement as well, next to Flynn's Ring, but I'd probably use those. Unless I come back with Hidden Body, I wouldn't need that. Also some Human Pine Resins there, too, which... Would that be good for anything? Probably not. Chocolate-dipped cheesecake on a stick? I mean, like a cake pop. I haven't had a cheesecake cake pop, I don't think, but that sounds insanely good. Sounds insanely good. Okay, well, I guess let's just start going through this and see if this works out. But I think we would still do early Greatwood. Yeah, because the early Greatwood, it's actually not that slow compared to even leveled Greatwood. Especially if I do it early in the run.
Yes.
I don't feel like it's as much of a requirement to kill all the guys. Although if I'm doing DS3, you know, game 2 or something, maybe I'd still want to kill them, right? But yeah, we need the White Branch still. Well, yeah. Okay. We don't need it, but since I'm getting Lingering Dragon Crest, we probably want it. And it's kind of nice because if we do it this way, getting Lingering Dragon Crest is even more worth it. Like, it already is worth it with Hidden Body, but it's even better if I'm combining that with Power Within as well. No, it wouldn't be required because of the way... Like, what I could do is go talk to the Giant instead, but there's no starting gift that's good enough to not take... to not take it. The starting gifts in this game, like Black Firebomb, I guess, maybe, but nothing else is really too appealing. Hear about the Godric Fire Drum still? Oh, yeah. I next time I play Elden Ring, I'm definitely going to test that. I was kind of thinking about doing some Elden Ring magic runs again, but doing it region locked and see if that would be more fun. Because I started thinking about it after doing some of the spell runs in this game. And how much fun they are with what I was talking about earlier with the spell progression and stuff. Want the vid from Recycle with Ycam? Yeah. If you can put that in the Discord or something, I'd be interested. But yeah, that's a crazy strat. Pickle, thanks for the brand new Prime sub, dude. Weren't I going to do all Souls games deathless first? Definitely not. At least I don't remember talking about that. So 3 of these. Maybe we would need 4 of those, but I don't even know why I buy the bombs, dude. What do I buy the bombs for? I can't think of why I have those. So maybe I should just buy 4 bones instead. It's an attempt. No, well, I did a run earlier, which I successfully didn't get hit. But we're not attempting, like, it'll be very obvious when we're attempting, like, the actual run. Which won't be for several months. Like, it might not even be this year, dude. Based on the amount of stuff that I have to learn. At least in Bloodborne. Yeah, I've got to de-rust and stuff, so it's going to be a while. Yeah, it's going to be a while. Yeah, the Deathless Randomizer, that'd be cool, but that's not as much of a priority. The dogs at the gate, I use Black Firebomb. The only, like, normal Firebombs don't have a big enough AoE for them. But yeah, I think I use those Firebombs for breaking the illusory walls, I guess, but pretty bad reason to get them, especially when I pick up a couple here. Elden Ring level 1 Deathless Red is on a 1-year standby. Yeah, I mean, that run is a lot of fun to do, but I don't know. It's like the way I lost the run before. I don't know how many hours in I was, but just that's all it takes to end a run like that. You just get unlucky and it's over. It's like, well, there's 12 hours down the drain or whatever it was. But it might have been more than that. I might have been like almost 20 hours in, but I can't really remember. It's fun, though.
What on earth?
Interested in doing Sekiro all bosses in a separate run? I mean, I probably should, but I don't know if I ever will do Sekiro runs again. And the main reason is just because the part I find fun about doing the runs in the first place, or the thing that I find the most fun, is doing exactly what we're doing right now, which is testing different routes and stuff, right? And testing different builds with all the options I have available, which Sekiro, like, it has a little bit, but not to the same degree. Yeah, maybe if I get bored of the Souls games, I'd do a quick Sekiro run or something. But I mean, I don't think that's going to happen, probably. Even though running Sekiro is fun, though. This guy hates Sekiro, dude. Oh, I was 20 hours. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I was like 20 hours in. Yeah. Just for it to end to some guy shooting around the corner and one-shotting me. Whoops. Yep, that's how that goes. Semicolon, how's it going, dude? Yeah, it was so unlucky, but that... in a run that's 207 bosses long... and just so many running sections and stuff, it's gonna happen, right? Stuff like that's gonna happen. It's not that the run's impossible. I just don't know if I want to spend the amount of time that it would require to get that run. Because it would take several of those types of fails before getting it, probably. Unless I got super lucky. I guess could happen, but... But yeah, the run is so fun, though, is the thing. It almost just feels like I'd be perpetually running that for, you know, a year or something before getting it. And I don't know if I want to do that. Okay, so this is where things will start to get a little bit different. So we get the sharp gem. Hopefully it's fine that I'm not picking up anything around the tree. We only need one branch on this run, so that's fine. So we only pick this up and then we leave. On the last run, I picked up that bone shard. Which is totally, like, we don't need it. Pretty much optional. Reset to Demon Souls, get hit in any of the games. Well, I'm not necessarily going to do it in order from oldest to newest. But yeah, you restart from the first game, basically. Whatever that means.
Cheers to 1 year.
Okay, so what we're going to do here... So this is going to be a little bit different. I don't know, is Spook going to last long? I made a save. It did last long enough. I may need a black firebomb for this guy. One-shot him? So this is the first thing that kind of adds time, right? We have to go get Arena, which is probably, what, an extra minute and a bit? Minute and a half, maybe? How long did it take to complete God Run 3? It took like 3 months, I think. Approximately. Maybe 4-ish. I don't remember exactly. So yeah, we have to get her for replenishment. So already, the route is slower because Power Within does not save that amount of time on bosses. We have to pull this down as well. Not sure if it's faster to do it after or before. But yeah, I think you guys see my idea, right? So now we pick up this bonfire and then we run back to Greatwood.
Tutorial for a first no hit, or learn the newer Thief class start instead?
Really won't jump me. Queeks, thanks for the 8-month Prime sub, dude. Recommend my old tutorial for a first no hit. Probably. I mean, it's fine, but probably not. I think the route that I would recommend the most is the God Run 3 route I did, probably. Or if you're looking to do something a little bit different, you can do a Pyromancy run, which is probably... Like, if you're going for all bosses or any percent, Pyromancy is probably, like, the best. Even though the one downside with doing magic is that it's slower. So if you don't really care about being efficient, which you should a little bit. But yeah, Pyro is a good option, though. So we get a homeward bone up here, too. Oh, yeah, and I guess we'd use some firebombs for these guys if we're coming this way. Zoodle, how's it going, dude? I don't know if getting the human pine resin here is safe without hidden body, so I guess I just won't. Radosky, thanks for the 6-month resub. Thanks, dude. Also, Kappa, thanks for the 1-year resub. Yeah, surely Zoodle knew the whole time that I was going to be doing this run eventually. 8 years ago. But yeah, I'm actually very much looking forward to the progression to getting this run. I think it's going to be pretty fun. Oh, the door's not open. Ah, yes. Okay. I totally forgot about that. So... yeah, I totally forgot that I have to open this door. That's right. Here I was thinking like, oh, so we're going to skip settlement and come back through. But no, we'd have to go up until this door then, I guess. Which at that point, like, you may as well just go the normal way, right? But, okay. Yeah, I mean... I don't know. Should I... What's the way to do it? Should I just pick up Chloranthy and then just Homeward Bone? And then still kill Greatwood super early? And then just do Thrall Jump? What is the way to do it, man? I don't know. Two-hit kill with Flynn's on that one. Very much dislike this RNG. Oh! Whoops. Oh, wow, he's still alive, too. I don't think... we should still do the early Greatwood, probably. If I'm going to do the Thrall Jump. And then just, yeah, we get this bonfire, and then... I thought there was a clever way to do it. There's kind of just not a way to do it. Is that door? I somehow just totally forgot about that door being there. Okay, well, anyways, let's just continue on, I guess. Yeah, I think I just kill Greatwood at the start again. But you know what though? If I'm doing this as game 2, I really should just do the safer play of waiting to do Greatwood until later. What I want to see from this point on though is how how Flynn's ring affects all the strategies we already do. It shouldn't... I don't think it'll make a difference anywhere. Like, it should be the exact same. Yeah. Yeah, everything should be the exact same. So maybe I don't even need to do this. Okay, but I guess, you know, what it would change, though, is... I could instead get Hidden Body and then go up there. Which doesn't make a difference, really, but... I could save some skulls that way. Include Wukong instead of Sekiro? Nah. I don't really know what there is to do on this route here. Like, I guess we may as well just keep going through it. But everything up until... what is the next thing that will be different? We got Arena. The next thing that will be different is probably just Cinder. Because at that point is when we buy Replenishment, we level up to 25 Endurance, 18 Attunement, 15 Faith. And I think that's pretty much it, dude. So, next thing I'm going to work on? I don't know. I was thinking DS1. I was kind of thinking DS1. Which I have a really nice route for. But I'm going to have to remember it. And luckily, that entire route I have saved into a video because I got that run off stream many years ago. Like probably 2 years ago at this point. Flynn's probably wouldn't make a difference early. I don't think it's going to make a difference on any boss fight. In terms of make a difference that I need to be concerned about. Yeah, maybe some DS1 next. I should probably do most of that off stream though, because it's going to be just a lot of me watching my video of the run that I did. But yeah, DS1's a pretty easy all bosses run, and it's just a matter of getting past ONS basically. But yeah, my route was very quick. I think it was like 140 for that game. So. Maybe 135 even, if I might be misremembering, but it was I think it was faster than my DS3 run. Which is approximately 145 to 150. But yeah, we may as well just continue with this. Not a very long run anyways. Yeah, React streamer. But yeah, so I think I will get Flynn's and Chloranthy probably before Sage, I guess, right? Or... Sage is pretty clean as is. Yeah, Bloodborne's gonna be fun, dude. With the emulator and just the fact that I've never done all bosses. Like I was saying, it's the only run out of these 6 games that I haven't done all bosses on. So that'll be pretty fun. Yeah, so this run is, yeah, the run is, it's just all of the Souls games, basically. In the FromSoft Souls adjacent games, all bosses. So I did the God Run 3 a couple years ago. That was all of the Souls games plus Sekiro, but only 80%, right? So this run has several times more bosses. It will be probably 3 times longer. It's definitely the next level. You know, that run is pretty small compared to this. Yeah, all Soulsborne, exactly. Now, chalices, people are saying don't do chalices. I'm very interested in getting the chalice dungeons included in this run. Because at that point, it is literally every Souls boss, right? It would feel weird to not have it in. But I don't know anything about the chalice dungeons at this point. I've never done them, so I'm not sure. Yeah, so at the very least, I'll check out the chalice route and stuff and see what that run would look like. At the very least. Maybe I'll just do it, just because why not? And then after that, I'll decide if I'm going to throw it in. I feel like I will, because why? If I'm already going insane and doing like Elden Ring all bosses, I may as well do chalices too. One thing I also thought of that would make sense is just not doing Elden Ring in this run, or this marathon of runs, and just only doing the Dark Soul, like Soulsborne. But gotta throw in Elden Ring too, I guess, right?
Ashes. What I wanted. Farewell, Ashen One.
Basically, chalice is like 30 catacombs in a row. I mean, people say it sucks. It sounds cool to me, but but yeah, I haven't played them, so I'm gonna get in there. It's gonna be like, what the hell is this shit, dude? Okay, but I'm gonna take off Flynn's Clarity. I don't think I'm gonna use it for Sage. I'm gonna go pick that stuff up after I get Hidden Body.
Baby, how? In that in what? The I am.
Really walked into that one. Okay, so I think now is where I'd go get Flynn's and Chloranthy, probably. And if we're getting the Pyromancer Parting Flame, I don't actually need as many Homeward Bones either. Okay, so I'm supposed to be able to buy... I actually may not have enough on this right now because of the... Like I skipped a bunch of stuff earlier. Or I skipped some souls and an ember. We'll just see what I can buy here. Normally I'd buy all the skulls, which is I think 3,000. Build tree balls now? No, I wasn't. I was thinking I'd still do it early. Right? I do think if I were to do Greatwood early... So yeah, now we would just go back here and then go pick it up. I think that makes the most sense. But if I were to go do Greatwood early, it would... Like DS1 or DS3 would have to be one of the first 2 games, I think. Beyond that, if it's game 3... Doing that early Greatwood strat, it's a little too risky, I think. So then, yeah, I guess I could do Greatwood now instead. The, you know, plus 3 Twin Blade. The thing that, I mean, the thing with Greatwood that is actually the most dangerous thing is just dealing with the ads in the fight. That's the thing that also takes up a lot of time, which I like doing it early because you can just kind of not deal with them. And it doesn't matter if you get hit because it's early. But in a multi-game run, like, I'd probably just want to kill them, I guess. Dio Morg, thanks for the brand new Prime sub, by the way. Thanks, dude. When do I disable no clip? Well, ideally, I actually open the door that I need to open. Yeah, we're going to continue the co-op run this week, probably. I'm not sure which day yet. Let's go on, Bree.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Yeah, we were just talking about chalices. I've never done them.
Been done before?
But I feel like this run would be incomplete if I didn't do them in this run. Like, people are saying I shouldn't, but I would like to. But yeah, I know nothing about them, so I don't know. Mr. Nice, thanks for the 3-month Prime sub. Nice to go from Flynn's straight to tree. Yeah, if I'm not gonna do Greatwood right away, then yeah, that's the best way to do it. But it is more efficient to do him and just not even open that door and go through that whole section, right? If I'm doing, yeah, if I'm gonna want to do Thrall Jump. If I'm doing DS3 game 1, I'll do that. If not, I probably shouldn't, and I probably should just go do him +3 or something. Yep. Watch me regret doing Chalice bosses. Well, I haven't committed to anything yet, but... Yeah, we got to take it one step at a time. I have to actually play the Chalice dungeons first. Like, before I say I'm going to no-hit it or something. Oh, with Vanguard from Demon Souls at the start, let you know? Okay, I'll let you know. Literally, yeah. Perfect. Yeah, Demon Souls will be nice on this because it's just basically the same thing. until I get smoked by Vanguard.
I see everything.
Pull a hob. Funny, it's funny now until it actually happens. Oh. Oops. Maybe a little far up there. Oops. Oh my god, hello? Okay, so yeah, so I guess we'd have Flynn's and Caloranthy now, so I'd probably wear it. Yeah, I honestly feel like Flynn's is worth it for this, dude. Because if I'm going to go with Power Within, try to make some of the fights like Osiris more... No, like skipping phase 2, right? If I'm going to go for that, I may as well just... take a little bit more time to make it even more certain. I think it makes sense. What weapon should you use for a no-hit consort? Probably the guy's sword lance or something. Some thrusting weapon. Or Bloodfiend's arm. The last time I did DS2 all bosses was... Well, there was a point, I think, last year where I was kind of thinking about doing this run. And so I started de-resting on DS1. Might have been early last year. So it would have been, yeah, probably a year and a half ago or something. So yeah, it's been a bit. Not sure if people have found any better strats for DS2. I mean, not many people run it. I'm not sure, but... yeah, there are certainly things that I wouldn't mind improving about the DS2 all bosses route that I do. A few things I can think of are the section right before Blue Smelter. My strat isn't the best. The Giant Lord, the lead up to Giant Lord somehow is really scuffed for me. Like, even when I was doing the God Run 3, I had the giant run all the way up to me, and it was almost a disaster in game 5 or something. There are some slight inconsistencies in Broom Tower. I do early Broom Tower, and okay, I need to know the better way down from here, dude. What is the best way? It's just something like this. I mean, we don't need to rush it, but I'm sure there's a much faster way down than this. Yeah, I get the slab in Broom Tower, and that, you know, there's the furnace golem guy that Can cause some problems. But the route is actually very consistent, though. Or it should be. And I was practicing it a while ago. Like I was able to no-hit it a couple times in a row.
Farewell, Ashen One.
Yeah, the guy in the room with all the other guys. Yeah. No. It's actually not that guy, though. It's actually not him. No, that guy I just slowly kill. It's the guy that's up the elevator who is blocking a slab behind a door. There's a rare meme where he can hit you there. So... Yesterday, my favorite Souls game? It could be. It's the one I've played the most. Okay, so what comes off here? Just don't want to... Probably drop this other ring. I'm gonna have to be swapping through this. You just... When you're ring swapping, you don't want to forget a critical ring, right? Now I'm running through a section, it's like, oh shit, I don't have Lingering Dragon Crest on, and now I'm toast. Because my hidden body ran out too early, or I forgot I don't have Slumbering Dragon Crest ring anymore, so now this enemy aggroed to me, which he shouldn't have, right? Lens off at Pontiff? You think I need to? I was thinking my damage isn't high enough to have to worry about that. I think it should be fine. I don't think it should cause any problems. There's a 1,500 hours in PvP footage. It just doesn't exist anymore. Because all of those Twitch streams are now gone. I'm sure you could find some clips from it, though. But, yeah, all my PvP is nowhere to be found anymore. Unfortunately. And there were even moments that I had just such funny, you know, half-late encounters and stuff that I just never highlighted because I just forgot or was too lazy to do it or something. Is it plus... No, we're plus 5 for Pontiff. Yeah, there's some clips still, though, for sure. But the majority of it's gone. No, I'm gonna run it on vanilla DS2 for sure. No Forlorn is nice, just because it makes the runs. I mean, Forlorn's he's no problem to deal with on Scholar, especially when you get homeward and you're doing leveled runs. But it's nice having things be more consistent. You know, consistently work the same way every time. You have so many no-hit records, you just forgot to record them. That's classic, dude. Unfortunate. Okay, so I guess Lingering comes off for now. Trying this strat here. Okay, so I save an extra R1 there with Flynn's. It's good, I guess. Do not miss this boss. You know what, though? I would much rather fight Deacons than a lot of the Elden Ring bosses for no hit. I used to just hate Deacons so much, but I still don't like them. But I'd rather fight Deacons than Fire Giant and Elden Beast and I don't know who else. Jory and Golden Hippo. Metter. There are a lot of them. Okay, so lingering again. Yeah, Elden Beast isn't as bad as Fire Giant, probably, but... I mean, just Elden Stars is not a fun move to deal with, in my opinion. You can do it, it's just not that fun. Okay, one backstab here might be too much damage, but we'll have to see. I over-hate Elden Beast? Nah, I mean, I don't think so. No, but I mean, Elden Beast isn't an absolute trash fight. I don't think it's an F tier fight. I don't think it's a D tier fight either. Probably like a C- or something. But nah, it's still, I mean, it's still not a good fight, dude. I think Torrent does make him better though. Like maybe before I would have had him. Okay, so it is too much damage. That's unfortunate. Maybe take off Flynn's or something. It's fine. Doesn't really matter. Oh, wow. He went for the double. Annoying. Yeah, and you know, probably the most refreshing thing about coming back and running Dark Souls 3 is not running an open world game is... For no-hit runs, that is. It's so much more fun. Probably to no one's surprise. It's not like I went into Elden Ring thinking it would be super fun to do no-hit runs on despite the open world, because I had done open world no-hit runs before in Skyrim. Not sure if any other games, but... But yeah, I really like the open world for casual playthroughs or, you know, randomizers, stuff like that. But when it comes to no-hit runs, open world, it's not as interesting to even route through. Because almost nothing's restricted or cut off from access, so I can just go get stuff right at the start of the game. Which is why it has such a big setup. Because you can just go anywhere. So I think region locked, if I'm doing, you know, for this run, I won't do region locked because it's just making it unnecessarily harder on myself on an already very big run. But when I go back to Elden Ring and do, you know, just other types of runs I want to do, I'm probably always going to do region locked almost. Almost always at this point. Okay, so no slumbering or no lingering here. Might be a problem. Lingering does add a good, like, 4 seconds on. It's pretty good. I guess it didn't matter here. Yeah, Fortisax as well, yeah. Yeah, Fortisax and Meta are pretty similar in that way. Yeah, massive setup and not a great boss. Guys weren't thinking about no-hit runners. Dude, it's so funny when people say that, as if like they just think I'm totally stupid or something. Like, obviously I know that. Okay, so it's probably, I assume it's 4 hits here. Oh, just kidding. Volnir's actually exactly the same. Yeah, so a lot of people actually say that, especially in the YouTube comments, are like, dude, this guy, like, he wants them to make games specifically for no-hit runs or something, which is just not even close to true. I was literally just saying earlier that I find Elden Ring more fun for casual gameplay. It's why it's my favorite one, because of the open world. As a side effect, and I'm not saying that they should do it, they should not make open world because it's less fun for no hit runs, but that is what it is. It's less fun for no hit runs because of the open world. That's just how it is. So, but yeah. Guess I could bundle there and save a hit. Okay, so what comes off? I'm going to put Orthy here. Flynn shouldn't really ever be coming off. No, because I don't know. It's just, I think when people say that, they're not giving me any benefit of the doubt, really. They're just assuming, which people do all the time, I guess, but there's another take I have, and I don't think it's a hot take or anything, but I've gotten that response probably the most on this particular take. I think that the best Souls bosses are the ones that, and the best designed Souls bosses as well, are the ones that are good no-hit bosses. And when I say that, people are like, oh my god, like, I guess he doesn't realize that they don't design bosses to be no-hit. Which I do realize that, but the best ones are the ones that are well-balanced. This is my opinion, of course, but are the ones that are well-balanced and have ways to deal with the boss's attacks without tanking. That's the key, without tanking stuff. And there isn't anything objectively wrong with making a boss that, you need to have a good defensive build for. But that's not what makes the Souls bosses great bosses, or at least a lot of them. So yeah, when I say that, people are like, oh man, this guy just doesn't realize that bosses weren't made to be no-hit or something, or FromSoft doesn't think about no-hit runs, but I think that's just how it ends up working. Even if they're not trying to make it for no-hit, you should probably have a boss that you have ways to deal with stuff in a variety of ways. And that's what makes the Souls bosses really fun, I think. I would hate Armor Core 6. Well, no, it's not necessarily that I hate having to tank stuff. I think it's better designed to be able to evade stuff, at least in a game like the Dark Souls games. I think it's just simply better. And yeah, you don't really have to take my word for it either. That's kind of the general consensus of Souls players, I think, overall. Even if they don't really realize it, the bosses that people complain about the most, you just think about when the DLC came out, right? Yeah, Consort's cross attack is so bad. And that's, wasn't exactly a hot take to not like that attack, or Elden Stars as well. When the game came out, just people dealing with Elden Stars, like, what the fuck is this attack, dude? It's just garbage. It doesn't feel fair. And yeah, I think the same could be said maybe to a lesser degree about attacks that are almost guaranteed to hit you, but don't do as much damage or aren't as punishing. So an example of that would be the Consort clone attacks, right? Most people aren't avoiding those consistently on their first time fighting him, but because they deal less damage, it's not as big of a deal. But it's still not satisfying. It still feels unfair. It's like, oh, I'm just getting clipped by these attacks constantly. So overall, people just don't really like it. And I think there's a good reason for that, because it's annoying and it doesn't feel fair, so. So yeah, there's my take on that. And so yeah, if a boss is well designed and it's well designed doesn't really, there's no context in me saying that, but if a boss is fair and has several ways to avoid the attacks, then it'll just be a better boss. It'll be more well designed. Simply. And yeah, people talk about Rykard's Earthquake attack as well, even though you can dodge that. And of course, Waterfowl as well. There's so many instances of attacks like that that people just hate because they feel very unfair. And they are unfair, you know?
Maybe.
Thunder Chunky, thanks for the brand new Prime sub, dude. Dude, I didn't have lingering on that entire time. That's my main concern here with the ring setup. Simply doesn't make it. Dude, that's funny.
GL.
Machiura, thanks so much for the 19-month Prime sub, dude. Welcome back. Close. And so, yeah, all of that to say, basically, I don't think that they should make a Souls game with no hit in mind, necessarily. I don't think that would make it any worse of a game, probably. But I don't think they should do that. But it just so happens that with the bosses, at least, the ones that are good for no hit are also just the best bosses, right? I guess. Like, the best bosses are the ones that are fair. And yeah, the reason initially with Millennia that I still think it crosses the line. I've talked about it a lot, but the thing with Millennia, I haven't split in a while. Waterfowl crosses that line, I think, for attacks that are kind of unreasonable or unfair. I think even though Waterfowl, I think it's actually fun to dodge once you know how to do it. It's a fun attack to deal with. But it's unreasonable for the target audience player base to be able to figure out how to deal with that attack. And so that's why people feel like it's just such bullshit, right? Even though I do like the boss and fighting her, I think she's probably my favorite boss to fight, even though there's that design flaw. But I can still recognize, like, that attack crosses the line, in my opinion, you know? Difference between making a game specifically for no hit and making a game consistently fair. Yeah, I guess that's basically what I'm trying to say. So no, if anyone's wondering, I don't think I'm not dumb. I realized that these games weren't made for no hit, basically. I guess. Even as casual with the right approach, you can learn it reasonably quickly. What, the Waterfowl dodge? Like, do you mean the actual dodge, or do you just mean dealing with that attack? Because yes, you can deal with that attack in numerous ways, which is nice. That's why I don't think it's as bad of an attack as something like Fire Giant Fire Breath or something. Just personally. But no, I think it crosses the line still, though. People aren't going to figure out how to dodge Waterfowl in their first playthrough, at least the full dodge. But yeah, people will figure out how to deal with it, of course, whether that's blocking or, you know, you just tank it and endure or whatever to deal with the first part of the damage, which is, like, I think it's more acceptable because there are still numerous ways to deal with it. But it's going to frustrate players regardless if you're forcing them to tank a bunch of damage, especially because she also heals at the same time. So that's where I think the design isn't great. That. Let's see how this fight works, I guess. Yeah, I think the healing part really makes it even worse. Okay, let's see if this is too much. I don't think it should be too much. I don't have Pontiff's Eye on. Oops. Oh boy. Let's probably just redo this. Lank, how's it going, dude? What else was I saying? I don't know. I was just hating. I was hating, or on on Millennia.
Not ever.
Maybe. Fast for you. Thanks for the 9-month Prime sub, dude. Ah, shit. What was I saying? I had something else to say, but I can't remember now. So this didn't matter. I was talking about Millennia, but oh yeah, I was gonna say. Like, another thing with Millennia, I guess, that I think is bad is it's the heal stuff, right? It's not exactly a hot take, probably. But I don't actually mind. I don't mind something like that. The problem is that the message it sends to the player is that you're not supposed to get hit, right? Because she hits you and then she heals. She doesn't heal that much from the first part of Waterfowl, though, I don't think. But another thing about well-designed bosses, or you know, one aspect, is that they kind of point you in the right direction on how to deal with the boss, right? So, for example, Midir is a boss that has a weak head. And the kind of the feedback the player gets when you're fighting Midir, my first instinct, and I think a lot of people's first instincts, were to go for the legs, right? You're hitting the tail, you're hitting the legs, you're trying to get behind the boss. Because that's often a pretty good soul strategy. Oh boy. It's often a good soul strategy is to go behind them and hit the legs and stuff, but then you deal basically no damage to his legs, but his head takes like double damage or something, right? So that feedback is, oh, I'm supposed to go for the head, and then it kind of points you in the direction of the easiest way to fight him, which is staying in front of him, targeting the head, doing it that way. A boss like Millennia, when you have someone who heals on every attack that you get hit by, the message is that, oh, I shouldn't get hit by this, right? I mean, there's already feedback on taking damage and stuff, but even more so because she heals back. So when you have an attack like Waterfowl that people are not going to figure out how to deal with it and not get hit by the entirety of the attack, then you have a problem, right? It's kind of conflicting because you're basically forced to tank it, but then she heals, so it's like, that's not what I meant to do. Just, that's, in my opinion, that's a design flaw, right? Yeah, Fortisax as well is a boss that is kind of confusing, where he's got this huge AoE, or it's not huge, but melee builds, you're kind of basically directed to not go close to him because he's got the big lightning aura, but then you just have, you know, you're basically just forced to use range on that. That's the conclusion I would get, which is not my favorite, but wish there was a way to circumvent her heal while having 100% block. I agree. Yeah, I think the heal in combination with Waterfowl is just, like I said, it crosses the line of of being well balanced, I think. That being said, though, Malenia is still my favorite boss, probably, out of every Souls boss. Not design-wise, but just fighting her is so much fun. So... okay, what am I buying? 3 of these, a couple of those, 5 of those, and... bones? I made a physic tier that negates the heal. Yeah, I guess. Wouldn't have been a bad idea. 40 dex, 17 endurance.
Farewell, Ashen One.
Yeah, Mesmer's a really good boss, yeah. It's pretty good. Yeah, a tier, I think a tier could have worked. But yeah, I don't actually dislike the heal on hit thing. I kind of do like it because it really accentuates, I guess, how much of a super boss she feels like, right? If she didn't have the heal, then, you know, she's just a boss with a hard moveset, but she's made even more powerful by her healing when she hits you. So it feels like even more of a challenge and stuff. I do like that part. So it's not the heal that's a problem, I guess. It's just a combination of the heal plus an attack like Waterfowl. What I propose given the problem with heals from Waterfowl. I think, like I said, I think healing is fine. I think the problem is with the attack itself. Some people might argue that it's not crossing the line, which it's purely subjective. There's not actually a way for me to prove that it crosses the line, I guess. Just in my opinion, it crosses the line of being too... Oh, fuck, dude. 700. I think it's an unreasonable attack. Should be pretty good. Yeah, you could also say that, you know, Malenia is some side optional boss. And she is clearly meant to be some super boss, so having some crazy attack like that is fine. I actually agree with that. I think that's a reasonable way to look at it. And so they can get away with having an attack that is not fair. I think that's fine too. So I guess I'm just talking about in general for a boss fight, you know, being well balanced and stuff. It wouldn't be as fun if everything was super easy. Yeah, I'm not saying to make it super easy, but again, there's just I think there's a line between an attack being a hard attack to deal with, but, you know, still reasonable for the target audience, which is the people on their first playthrough, to figure out the dodge for. I don't know what I just said, but yeah, I think you get what I'm saying. I think there's a line, and Waterfowl crosses the line, probably. But again, though, the point that she is an optional boss and she's supposed to be a super hard boss is actually very, like, I think that makes perfect sense. And so that could be... That's a situation where I think it makes sense to have a crazy attack like that is probably unfair, but I still think it's unfair. That's right. Both things can be true. You can have an attack that crosses the line, but there's a situation that it fits well. So yeah, I think Morgoth is very reasonable, yeah. I think so. I think Morgoth's really well designed. And yeah, there is one thing with Waterfowl. Okay, the last thing. the thing that I don't like about it, again, this isn't objectively bad necessarily. Oh my god. Okay, put the stuff on. Not objectively bad, but I would argue it's not good boss design. Is having an attack like that where if you're fighting the boss and let's say you get a phase 1 where you just don't get waterfowl at all, you are going to have a very easy time with that boss. Like if someone, yeah, if you just got lucky fighting Millennia and you just never got a waterfowl, which I'm sure there were tons of people who that happened to, right? They had a pretty good build, had high damage, and they just, you know, they basically grinded the boss until they didn't get waterfowl. That's not ideal, I think. Because it is true. I mean, Millennia's a tough boss, even regardless of waterfowl, but she's so much easier if you just don't get waterfowl, which could happen. And then at that point, it becomes kind of an RNG grind rather than learning and then winning the boss. And that's not very good. I don't really like that. It kind of, when I was fighting the that super scuffed unalloyed Millennia, it was kind of similar, right? There were certain attacks where she would just do them. I couldn't figure out how to dodge it, and if she did it, I was toast. But then if she didn't, it was like, oh, this is fine. I'm okay here. If I were to make bosses in a game, I would probably stay away from bosses like that have, you know, significant RNG. I'd rather just Millennia be, you know, not have an attack as tough as waterfowl, but then be harder in other ways. I do think she's pretty tough already, but, you know, just to balance out the experience a little bit more, so it's kind of consistently the same difficulty each time you fight the boss. And that way it doesn't feel like you're grinding RNG to try to win, you know? Okay, so this one, I don't know if I used one of these or not. Other solution would be big waterfowl probability 100%. Yeah, that's true. That is 100% true. I agree with that. It is a way to do it. Yeah, if she always did it at a certain HP threshold or something, then that would actually be a much better way, I think. Because then, yeah, you don't have the RNG component. At the same time, though, if you knew when it was going to happen, then you could also plan for it a little bit better, maybe. But yeah, even if... shouldn't have had to roll that stun. No stun. I lost my stun somehow. Oh my god, really? I wonder if Flynn's actually messed up the kill here. Or if I just... Hopefully I made a save there. How's it going, Aram? Yeah, I kind of figured if I'm gonna do the 4 games, I may as well just do the 6, right? May as well. Just see if the stun happens this time. There it is. See, that's probably how it should go. If I do it properly. Yeah, DSA and Night Rain would be pretty sick. Yeah, they should definitely do that. I guess I'm gonna rest here. Love to see the devs themselves comment on waterfowl. What was their intent? I think it was exactly what I was saying. Is that Millennia is supposed to be some super boss. And my opinion is that that's actually very reasonable. I think that's maybe the one spot where you can justify having a boss that is unfair. Or has, you know, some certain aspects that are unfair. I think that is perfectly reasonable. So, intent was clearly just to space first part and then dodge the other two normally. Yeah, that is, I mean, you're right. Guess I was a little late there. Yeah, I think you're right, but the problem at that point is that the fight for melee build just becomes you're so passive. It's actually not safe to come back and rest here. Okay, so what happened there? Yeah, I don't like the playstyle that forces you to do with waterfowl. So that's kind of the other problem, I guess. There we go.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Less than 3.
Everyone has said the whole it's optional shield from critique. I agree with that. It's sort of similar to saying, you know, some people will oh, that guy landed pretty close to me. I'll talk about how something, you know, like thorns, for example, right? When I was using thorns, I was saying this should get nerfed. Right? Like, this is way too strong, it should get nerfed. And one thing people would say is like, just don't use it. But that's not how you that's not how you balance something. You don't balance it by just going like, oh, just don't use it if it's too good. Right? That's not balancing. That's avoidance. That's avoiding the problem. Yeah, same sort of thing. I think I was kind of in a weird spot there. After 10 waterfowls, you perfected it? Perfected what? Running away, you mean? Yeah, that is what I did. Yeah, my first playthrough with waterfowl, I had... Oh, shit. I had an insane Millennia build, and I had Bloodhound Step. And so basically, all I did was... I just tried to Bloodhound Step away. I tanked a couple hits from it. And that was pretty much it. And I just kind of ignored it. So that is a way to do it. Maybe Bloodhound Step is not as good anymore, but... I didn't really have much of a problem with Millennia on my first playthrough because my build was just really good for her. Winning moves not to play. True, dude. The running around her strategy, but sometimes you had to actually run. But, I mean, I simply just don't believe that you figured that out on your own. Like, not that you claim that, I guess. If you saw someone do it and then figured out, that makes sense. But that's not what I'm really talking about. I'm talking about the... kind of the average audience for... Oh my god, dude. The average audience, which is... Or the target audience for a Souls game is it's a first playthrough, and you're meant to play the game blind, basically, right? Or, well, not necessarily. Maybe you're not meant to play blind, but I assume that's how the game is designed. So if you're telling me that you figured out how to circle around her at 270 degrees when you saw waterfowl happening within 10 times of seeing the attack on your first playthrough, I simply don't believe it. Okay, yeah. If you saw it already, then that's perfectly reasonable. Okay, so see how this goes. So far, the route is basically the exact same as without Blinzer, as with Blinzering, I guess. Probably because of Grass Crush Shield too. Doesn't really change the damage all that much. Anything is actually lower somehow? Good thing that... See, I don't think... I kind of feel like this cheese isn't really worth doing. I should just do the other one, dude. The fog wall one. Like, it's so scuffed when you don't have magic. Okay, but now this is where the route becomes actually different. Wrong dagger. I actually meant to try Kukri there. I don't know which Kukri I'd pick up though. I think there are some in settlement.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Hey, Gino and everyone.
Fenjal, thanks for the 15-month resub, dude. Also, Enigma, thanks for the brand new Prime sub. Philip, thanks for the 3-month Prime sub as well. Whoops, what was I doing there? Okay, so... what we would need to buy... we need to go buy replenishment. Wait, I only have 9 chunks? Oh shit, I forgot a chunk, dude. I think I forgot the one after Dragon Slayer. I'm gonna forget that one sometimes. Waterfowl dodge force you to... wait. WFD, is that waterfowl? Force you to learn every other move, so you had to... oh, Waterfowl Dance. Oh, okay. Force you to learn every other move so you have HP to survive it. I guess, yeah.
Maybe best nut ever.
I don't necessarily think that's great design, though. But... okay, so we get that, and now we buy replenishment. Be cool to use Homeward, but there's really no point. Just need an extra spell slot. Buy the slab. Oh, don't think they meant that in a good way? Yeah, I guess, yeah, maybe not. Do that. Used to golf in high school. Yeah, I mean, I still golf now. Actually, I've started getting back into it this year a little bit. I've played. I think I've played 6 times this year so far, which is I for the past several years I haven't played, but yeah, I'd play like once a year basically. Plus 10. Oh yes, so we need. I should probably write this all down. Replenishment, talisman, plus 10. I think we got to 25 here last time.
Farewell, Ashen One.
Actually, maybe I shouldn't have done that. I have to equip the spell now. I have to reload the area. What he's saying is, I hate Millennia because I simply didn't make it make it first try. Yeah, I just simply didn't make it, dude. Second run of DS3, do you do Pyromancy or Miracle? I personally like Miracles the most. But Pyromancy is stronger and probably a more balanced experience overall, so... You can't really go wrong, but yeah, Miracle starts out a little bit tougher. So... alright, dude. So now we're back here. So this one, this one... This one. Alright, so now this is Flynn's plus Power Within damage. And it's quite high. Dude, let me attack. Quite good. Yeah, this is a nice setup, dude, because now we're getting... I guess I'd have to go check the damage of the run before, but I'm pretty sure we're getting an extra over 100 damage here per hit. Yeah, that's pretty substantial improvement of damage. Yeah, with RTSR. Well, a step further, imagine with Morian Blade, dude. Which it'd be cool if you could get Morian Blade for no hit, but it's just not possible because you have to die. Yeah, imagine that though. Morian Blade, Red Tearstone, Power Within, Twin Blades, it'd just be insane. Yeah, this ring swapping though, I'm definitely gonna have to make sure I've dialed in. I do kind of like, though, how our damage on this run isn't so much that we just script every boss. Because, yeah, if you started using Morian Blade, then things would probably start just getting insane. Okay, so replenishment. It's been nice getting thoroughly back into DS3 after a while. Yeah, it's actually been so good, dude. Been really nice. He's done. It kind of messed us up, but... Yeah, see, like, I mean, that's a crazy kill, dude. That's so good. So much better than what I was doing earlier. But yeah, we do add probably an extra 8 minutes on the run by doing the setup. Somewhere around there. But when you're doing a run that's going to be 25 hours long, I don't think it's, you know, a couple minutes isn't a huge deal. Even though I do want to be efficient because, you know, if you start adding 8 minutes extra to each run or, you know, each, you know, a couple times a run or something, then that adds up. But in this case, I think it's probably worth it. Not sure if I should use Power Within on this boss or not. I'll probably have to test a couple kills and see what happens. So I have to get my parry shield in here. Okay, so this kill. Okay, so he just dies, I guess. Don't even need to do the stun thing. Gotta place some of the Twin Blade kills in my spreadsheet higher now. Probably, yeah, if I'm using Power Within, and this is the route I'm going with, probably. I guess I'll do 3 hits on this one then. So I'll do 3, 3, 3 there, I guess. 3 L1s to start, just so the stamina's fine. And then parry 3, parry 3. Probably enough. I'll just do one more time. Just to make sure. Yeah, look at the stamina coming back, dude, when you have Power Within. That's kind of an underrated part of it almost. Like, oh, you're getting 20% damage. That's pretty insane. But then that's stamina regen. Quite good. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I believe it's plus 30 stamina regen. Yeah, so it's gigantic, dude. What's kind of nice about the setup too is that even on a boss like Demon Princes, I'll be able to use Power Within in both phases, I think. Shouldn't really be too much of an issue. Don't have time to see how much time it adds of the run. Well, it's kind of hard to say because it does speed up the boss fights too a little bit. Right, like that Osiris kills a little bit faster. But yeah, I'm not sure how much overall it'll add though. I just need to remember, every time I kill a boss, I need to swap from Slumbering, or swap to Slumbering Dragon Crest. Ever done a weapon relay no-hit run? I have not done that. Kind of wondering if I should probably just go Chlornthy for these sections so I can do it a bit quicker. Just gonna have to remember I need to swap before and after each fight. I don't really know how I missed that first one. Demon Souls routing and coming? Yeah, I'll have to de-rest. I won't really have to route anything for that because the Godrun 3 route was already pretty good. I don't think there should be anything I have to figure out in that game. Just gotta do the run again. Deathless runs are casual, but hitless is on a completely different level. Don't have time to practice because of work. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it kind of... You can do deathless runs also pretty... You can be pretty thorough doing deathless runs as well. And it's... I mean, it's, of course, the best way to do it as well. But might not be the most fun. Or if you don't have the time, then it's reasonable as well. But yeah, for deathless runs, even when people are doing them, I still usually recommend... You should practice the bosses still. And you probably should have a route before jumping into it. But if that's not the most fun way to do it, and just attempting it's more fun, then that's the way you should do it, probably. Did I get hit? Yeah, well, this run, we're just routing here. I've loaded several save files and stuff. People underestimate how fast you can get hitless, any percent. Well, it's not the same for everyone, but yeah, certain runs you can get very quick. But even then, if you only have time once a week, an hour a week to do practice for your no-hit run, it's going to take you a while still. You could still do it. 100% you could do it, but... Yeah, when you're really busy, it's obviously not the same. It's kind of how it was when I started no-hit runs, too. I didn't have, you know, as much time as I do now, obviously, to just do hitless all day. Okay, so I guess... Probably just recast Power Within Phase 2. Ah. pretty good damage, you could say. Okay, swap after boss. Nice. Yeah, not quite the same as Miracles, but still pretty good. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I guess we just go all endurance. So normally I get to 49 dex here. But probably fine. What am I thinking as time frame for From's next major single player release? I know no more than anybody else here, so probably less, in fact. Oh yeah, I do know you spook here.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
I have no clue, man. So this will add quite a bit of time here, actually, because I want to get down there, and then I'll probably have to swap spook again. I usually use spook on the way to Demon Princess, so maybe there's some better route I can do. I don't know. I'd almost just need another spell slot. Spook makes it so I don't take fall damage from non-lethal fall heights. Which, yeah, I mean, I guess I maybe don't... I technically don't need it here, I guess. Yeah, this actually adds so much time here. I have to think about the order that I should do this in. Because normally I just port back to the... Well, you know what? I don't actually need Power Within on this fight, so... Maybe that's what I do. I just don't rest here. Doing a speedy all bosses. It's not really speed, it's more just efficient. And I did a run earlier with a slightly faster route than this. Probably could have done L1 there. Oh, fuck. That's not what I meant to do. That's not what I meant to do either. Okay, what am I doing here? Yeah, maybe I should do Grave Tender later in the run or something.
The gods demand repentance. Cough up your coin.
Oliver, thanks for the donation, dude.
Why does Elden Ring, the largest FromSoft Souls game, not simply eat the other 5?
Wait, I don't get it. Is that a joke? Like, is that a joke setup or? What do you mean? No, I didn't accidentally press X. I used the wrong item. I meant to use the bundle. Oh, Futurama reference? Okay, I didn't get it. But yeah, thanks for the donation, though, Oliver, dude. I appreciate that. All right, let's see our damage. Surely she gives me time to do all these buffs here. Yeah, where's Bender when we need him, dude? My favorite positioning. Also, Power Within in this phase actually won't really do anything. It's going to be 2 backstabs regardless. Slowly but surely. One thing that's so nice about spell builds is you get such an easy phase 2 here. Because Twin Blades do a lot of damage, especially when you're super aggressive, but you can't attack as much, obviously. All right, let's see if this is a 2 backstab Frida fight. That'd be interesting. That would be interesting. Because I'm pretty sure when I was doing the Sunlight Straight Sword run, I'm pretty sure I was able to do a double backstab kill phase 3. See if this can do the same. But I would have been using Red Tear Stone for that, though. Looks like it's enough. Oh, yeah. Wow, that's that's a lot of damage. It's just some strong Twin Blades. Dang. I should probably end pretty soon, you guys. Probably end. Yeah, best weapon in the game is a starting weapon. How's it going, Hunter, dude? Yeah, maybe I'll take out some demon. I'll take out demon princes, and then I'll probably end for today, I guess. Yeah, this is probably the route to do, and I should also probably not do the early Greatwood, I think. Yeah, I probably shouldn't do the early Greatwood. Just kill him. Kill all the mobs first, and then have a safer fight. 30-hour run. I don't think it'll be quite 30 hours, but it'll be like 25. Yeah, the video will be pretty long, I guess, but... Oh, shit, I forgot to cast Hidden Body. forgot. That was kind of weird. Yeah, hidden body, you just run past the angel as if it's not even there. Doing this run in one sitting? Yeah, that's that is not going to happen. Okay, so we'll do this. I'll probably just go bundles in phase 1. Oof, I hate this positioning, dude. It's okay. Oh my god, dude, I scuffed it again. I don't know why, I couldn't rotate there properly. Surely his poise isn't resetting. Yeah, the damage is actually insane here, though. Yeah, Power Thin just makes it so that it's not, like... No doubt that we easily kill him before anything happens there. Okay, anyways. I'm gonna end for tonight, you guys. Yeah, probably next stream won't be Dark Souls 3. Maybe some DS1. I'm not sure yet.
I love you, but I'm casting up on your VODs, so hurry on the God Run too.
Vera, thanks for the 2-month Prime sub, dude. I appreciate that. But yeah, anyways, thanks for hanging out tonight, you guys. Yeah, it could be Bloodborne next. I don't know. Yeah, maybe Bloodborne, dude. Could be smart, but I feel like for Bloodborne, I'll have to do some preparation first. Like I'm sure Ghost has some good all bosses guides and stuff that I can check out. So, anyways, yeah, thanks for hanging out tonight, you guys. I'll see you all next stream. And take care, you guys.